Alrighty, hey again everyone. We're back on part 197, and you know what we're doing today. We're mining some cobblestone. Now, last time we actually got pretty damn close to finishing up everything. We're currently on day 1958, and we're actually almost done. Like for real. It's been so long, and I'm so tired of doing it, but we are finally almost done with mining. So, as you can see, we've only got 5 large pillars left to do, and then of course we do have the small ones, yes, but really just getting these out of the way is huge, so that's what we're aiming for this stream. We're gonna knock all 5 of these out, and if I'm feeling it, I'll do those ones too, but mainly I really just want to get to work on starting these, so that's what we're gonna do. So let's just go ahead and fly on down, and you know the deal by now. I'm here, but I'm not really here for the next like 2.5 hours or so. So yeah. Hey Bean, how you doing? Finding cobblestone for more time. Tastes like rock. But yeah, I'm finally almost done mining out everything. Um, After I'm done mining out all of the cobblestone, we'll go ahead and blow up all the regular sand that's on the ocean. And then we'll start work on the dirt farm because that'll be fun. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, Bean. I had to get some schoolwork done or college work done today, so I've been working on that this morning. And now I'm doing this for the next 3 hours or so, which in the grand scheme of things isn't that much time. So, in fact, I genuinely think I can get this all done today. If I take another 4 hours, it'll put me at about 7:30 my time. So, yeah, that's doable. I could do that. Just takes a while, but I can definitely do that. Okay, so I had my mic off the whole time while I was saying that, it looks like. That's crazy. Yeah, no, it's the series isn't gonna be over or nothing. Um, I'm just almost done with mining all this cobblestone after like 30 hours or so. So, we're getting there. I'm just tired of mining all this. But now I'm gonna get back to it. Yo, hey Red. I'm still mining cobblestone. I've only got like 4 more to go. Hmm. I've got like 4 tall pillars to go, and then I got like 5 or 6 short ones. These are all 180 blocks tall, by the way, and it keeps going back there. Or it used to, till I mined it all. But I think I'm gonna get all this finished today, like this stream. Yeah, imagine commenting on both, but yeah, it's a little fucked up, but I'm almost done. And I can finally get rid of these shulker farms and move them somewhere else, so that depends. I mean, if you want to rewind, YouTube's honestly pretty nice on its own just for that, but other than that, I don't know. Twitch is Twitch. I mean, it's there, it's hanging out. But yeah, these take a little bit of time to mine. All of this used to be you know, that tall, so yeah. Yeah, see, you gotta actually have like a lot of people to do a multiplayer SMP. Who would have thought, right? That's the hard part, is getting a lot of people, but you know, eventually you do and it works out. I just want this damn cobblestone done. Oh, did I never? I'm sure it's fine. I didn't light up a part of it at one point, but I'm sure that's okay. Here we go. I gotta build a dirt farm sometime after this too. I gotta start getting all the materials put together, but it's like easy shit, so it really shouldn't be too bad, and I should have a lot of it already. Or at least I should have the materials to make a lot of it already, but I'm actually not sure. But yeah, once I'm done with all of this will put me at like 30 hours or something. Or at least like somewhere in the 20s for like cobblestone mine. So that's a lot. I just started on this last Saturday as well, so I went from having my whole base surrounded by cobblestone pillars to having no cobblestone pillars within like a week, which is a lot. Um, I'm past like 188,000 cobblestone by now. Mined by hand, of course. I'm at 190 now, so I'll probably hit 200,000. And I know I made it past like 100,000 officially. And I'm pretty sure I was at like 80 or 70,000 before I started this. So I'm looking at over like 120,000 cobblestone mined by the time all this is said and done. So by hand, you know, no haste beacon because it doesn't insta mine. No, I mean I used TNT dupers for like 1 or 2 pillars, but they ended up being so much of a pain in the ass to build, and I would have had to build 4 of them at a time to take out a pillar that it just ended up not being worth it. And because too, I'd have to like dismantle them once they were done so I could actually use them for like other pillars. So it just ended up not being worth it to do, which is why I've been mining it all by hand. And I wasn't able to really find a way to like blow up all 4 of them at the same time, like all 4 like sides at the same time, which is a couple of TNT. Like it would have to spawn in the middle, then get pushed out to the side, and like somebody suggested water, but that means I'd have to somehow flatten out the I had to flatten it out somehow. So that way the water could actually flow to push the TNT out there and then get rid of the water in time so that way it didn't just explode in water and do nothing. So it ended up being a no-go there. And plus, I would have had to move that down every couple of blocks to actually get that working too. So there really wouldn't have been a good way to do it, unfortunately. And even then, I'd still run into the same issue where because of the height being so big that after 70 blocks, I'd have to rebuild it like down like 70 blocks so I could actually like blow it up again. So I'd have to rebuild the same machine 3 separate times to get rid of one pillar at its peak, which I'm not gonna do because that's dumb. So yeah. And this is just easier just to jump into and do, you know, you don't have to spend an hour like watching a video and like building it, making sure you don't fuck anything up, kind of deal. But it still takes a while and I still gotta like sit here and watch it, which, you know, not cool. But as long as it gets done, that's all it really matters right now, so getting there. Yeah, we're halfway done with the second pillar, and then I've got 3 more tall ones to go, and again, the short ones really shouldn't take up that much time. So those ones will be easy by comparison. They'll be annoying if you have to mine them, but it won't be nearly as bad as this, so we've got the worst of it behind us, which is nice. I'm tired of doing this. I also need to check on the iron farm now that I'm sitting down and thinking about it, because it has been a very long time since I've done that. And it would probably help if I did. So I think I need to condense down some of the iron because it has been like really, really long since I've done that at all. So let's go ahead and toss out some extra cobble. Like so, and we'll get rid of those torches too. And we'll go ahead and pop on over to the iron farm. Now, I've still got like a massive surplus of iron, so I'm not too worried about this at all. But I do need to also get rid of some of these poppies as well, so we're gonna actually go ahead and, you know, I don't know if I want to get rid of these poppies. I'm wondering if it would be worth converting. I filled this up a long time ago, didn't I did not. Wow, okay. Cool. It might be worth getting rid of these poppies. Nah, I don't want to take a detour right now. I really just want to get this done, so gotta put that glassine in there too. But yeah, those poppies will probably just go into a composter for bone meal one of these days. Kind of. What's probably gonna end up happening is I'm gonna empty that whole farm out and just relocate it somewhere else. Just because I would rather build a much bigger one soon. And I think I'll have to get a pillager, like to break its crossbow and then take that with me back through the nether. Then bring it back here, and then I can actually like build another iron farm, so then it would be better. And honestly, that's something I'll probably do when the new update comes out, because you can leash boats now, so I can keep it in a boat and just leash it, and then just pile it up with like a bunch of soul sand and water to actually where I need it to go, so it, you know, should still work. I know pillagers have like a larger radius, so you can use like one pillager to handle like 4 different modules for the iron farm. I don't need something crazy efficient, but I think honestly the more iron the better. Now that I'm gonna be done with this, I'm gonna have all this space to build big farms, so I have no reason not to build the big farms. And then it kind of ties in with the fact that I kind of want to rebuild a lot of my old farms anyways, just so that way they do a lot more, right? So, same deal, the iron farm would be an easy one to start out with at first because it's, you know, it's a solved game. Shulker Shell Farm would probably be nice after that. And then, of course, all that is coming after the dirt farm that I build. And there is still that trade-off of, like, efficiency versus, like, just being fucking absurd. Like, I could build a 90,000 dirt an hour, like, dirt farm, but it ends up being significantly harder for me to build. And in return, I get more dirt than I can ever use and then some. Like, you physically could not place 30,000 blocks within an hour. And I don't need to, like, I don't know. The other thing too is like there's a like Matica like schematic for it, but I don't think there's an actual world download, or at least like the other farm that I have access to is like there's a nice world download with layer by layer, so it's a lot easier to build and it's less resource intensive. Or in that, I don't really know. Not to mention, too, the other one's expensive as all hell. Like, I need like 1,500 obsidian to build it, which, you know, that's like a whole shulker box of it, and that ends up being a lot. At that point, I'd have to build a bartering farm. You just keep going down the list, right? Where you would just have to build something else to get it to work, and it just ends up being a pain. Now, luckily, I don't think I actually need to build like a gold farm or nothing, because I think the one that I've already got, with it being a looting farm, is pretty good. I don't really, I know legally there are ways to improve it by adding like more layers or like other things like that, but because it's looting, it should be fine. And I don't need gold all that often anymore. I really just needed it for the golden apples. But nowadays, it would be powered rails, maybe. And even then, there's only so many powered rails you need before you kind of just don't need anymore at all. So it stops mattering. But I actually don't know what else it's used in, so let me take some time to look that one up. I know I need that dirt farm because it also doubles a wood farm with the spruce logs. I might build a bamboo farm separately from that as well, so that way I can have like an AFK accumulation of wood, and then that can branch out into different things like chests and trapdoors and things like that. But who knows? And at the bare minimum, it would be good for like making fuel and things. So it could be worth it. You don't really make a lot with gold, so. And yeah, you use the gold nuggets to make like golden carrots. I can buy golden carrots, and also like one ingot would make a whole carrot, so it's like a stack of them would make more than a stack of carrots, so it's really not too bad. Yeah, I could probably leave it as is and not feel too bad about it at all. It's just kind of there. And of course, you use iron for everything, so I do need to invest in a better iron farm. I was looking into like azalea dirt farms, but because those are fully automatic, but they just don't produce a lot, it turns out, and I'd have to build like 10 of them to even get like a shulker box or like 2 shulker boxes an hour, which I could get through within an hour. So then at that point, I'd be bottlenecked actually waiting on dirt. So it would just be easier to just say fuck it and just build the dirt farm, then also have a doubles of wood farm. I mean, 5,000 logs is 3 shulker boxes worth, which turns into like 12 shulker boxes worth of planks. And with that many planks, you should be able to build like a whole like 3 or 4, or no, 2 shulker boxes of planks make a shulker box of chests. So yeah, you'd be able to make 6 shulker boxes of chests an hour or so, which is really good. Um, and then again, I can always build the bamboo farm to supplement that as well, so that shouldn't be too bad neither. But who knows? But yeah, bamboo farm will go hand in hand with a sugarcane farm. So those two will probably get merged, and I'll make like a larger flying machine to actually do stuff with them. And then it'll kind of get auto crafting whatever I need from there. So probably like I could probably use like a spider farm or some kind of way to farm string automatically would be nice to be able to craft scaffolding a lot more efficiently. So that would be cool. There's a big ass fly in my room right now. That's cool. Kill that thing at some point. The problem is I don't know where he went. Oh, found him. Yeah, I thought that would have hit him, but apparently not. That's alright. And let's go ahead and fly on back to the top, and then I'm gonna get this fly out of here. we're more than halfway done with another pillar, so that's good. And the next night I'll need to sleep because I think phantoms will start spawning here in a couple days. Not really in a couple days, like really soon. So Imagine making a YouTube broadcast. Could never be me. I mean, even though you got an itch to play like multiplayer, you could always do like single player sometime or something like that. Which, yeah, I guess it depends on what you want to do to be fair, but still. Oh, I'm thinking about streaming Splatoon more often, and then I say that, and then I don't stream Splatoon like at all. So, you know, I do have to start streaming that though at some point. I don't have to, but I want to. Just means I have to sit down and do it. But yeah, we're an hour and a half into this so far, and I've gotten a pretty good chunk of it done. We're almost done here with the third pillar, or about halfway done. So we are making pretty good progress. And there's only 5 like aggressively tall ones to go. And we've already done 2.5, so yeah, about halfway done with the tall ones. And the short ones aren't nearly as bad, so, you know, we're working our way down. Hey, I actually caught that one in time. That's definitely annoying. But I think I know what happened last time. So we're gonna sleep real quick and then get back to mining. Again, I don't really like using totems. I think as little as I can is what I'm aiming for. In fact, now that I mentioned, I think we're at like 10 now, unfortunately, and I was just at 8 not too long ago, which stinks, you know. Damn, I've used the pickaxe a lot. Let's see here, we're going down to what, 10 or so. 8, yeah, so we broke past 8, unfortunately. Yeah, so we unfortunately broke double digits with totems. It is what it is. Apparently, I've only used a netherite chestplate once. I've only made one netherite chestplate, and it's the one that I actually own. Yeah. Oh yeah, because I guess I never did make any others. Huh? Okay. Okay, well that's not a firework, but yeah, phantoms are not cool. Ow! Look at them die. But we're finally in the home stretch here. We've literally got one pillar left to go, and then all the small ones, and then we're good. So yeah. And we'll just mine these two, and then we'll work our way back down to the other two that we just got knocked off of, so that won't be too bad. It's definitely odd, though, that, like, the phantoms spawn inside the mountain at this point, which I guess it's because it's not really, like, built, so it doesn't really matter. But once it's, like, all filled in, like, all the walls are filled in and all that kind of stuff, there's, like, an actual mountain to look at. I wonder if they're going to spawn, like, above it, or if they're going to spawn, like, inside it. Because that would be kind of fucked up, but who knows? Not that big a deal either way. But yeah, after it's been 2.5 hours, we're finally almost done. So another half hour here should finish up this pillar. And then we can go ahead and start work on cutting out the other ones. And after everything's all said and done, I'd say another 2.5 hours here. So we're sitting at 6 p.m. Eastern right now. And so 8:30 is about the time that we're looking at here. So not too bad. It gets it all done in one day, especially because I was supposed to stream this morning, and then I had some college work I needed to do, so I got that done, of course. But not too bad otherwise. And I guess the fall probably wouldn't have killed me, but I'd rather not find that one out by accident. So it is what it is. But luckily, I caught it on time too. I genuinely didn't know if I was going to catch that one. Here we go, and then now we're on pace with these, and then we just even everything out. Yeah, that fall probably wouldn't have killed me at all. It looks like I would have been fine. And I guess that's what happened last time, was to let a phantom get a hold of me, unfortunately, which, it is what it is. Done is done. It would really suck to die about now, just because I've spent like 30 hours this week mining all this, so to lose it all like right as I'm doing it would be annoying. It's one thing if it was like 6 months from now or whatever and I died. Like, yeah, I get it. Enough time's passed, I've done enough different things, but I've barely done anything in this world for like more than a year because of this. It's been like the thing I've needed to get done, you know, where I can really start working on other stuff. So now that it's finally almost done, just to lose it at the very end would be not cool. But looks like that won't happen. Hopefully. I don't know. Maybe those trial chambers will be a little bit too good or something, but I'm not too, or I'm gonna die being an idiot with a mace. If something's gonna happen, it's gonna be me being an idiot with the mace or the elytra, if we're being real here. So is this kind of just like mindless like bit is something I really don't do that often at all. In fact, this is the only time I've really gone AFK, like, period, has been working on this. Like, granted, I'm still sitting here and watching it, so it's not like I'm, like, away from it, but I'm only, like, half paying attention just because, again, it's 30 hours straight. I have to do something else to actually keep myself entertained, too, so. But something like this hopefully shouldn't happen again, where it's, like, mindless building or nothing like that. The only exception being, like, dirt farm to an extent, but that's solely because I don't know if there's actually a way to place in the saplings where you can like angle it the right way and all four will place in like the correct order or something like that. Or you would do like the top left, then the bottom left, and the top right, and the bottom right, and like one angle, or some like mix of those. I'm not really sure, but if there is a way to do that, I hope I'd find it, and then it would literally just be hold down right click to place the saplings, and then the farm should do the rest. And then from there, it should pretty much be fine, which would be nice. But who knows? But yeah, I'm looking forward to that dirt farm. That will be a really nice thing to have. I mean, even running it for 2 hours and it gives you like 60,000 dirt would be pretty good. Um, all things considered, it genuinely might be worth me building that 90,000 an hour dirt farm because it's 3 times as fast. It's a lot more resource intensive, but there would literally be no better dirt farm to build. And then I just don't know though, because if it, well, it's still podzol based, so it should give me a bunch of wood and all that stuff too, so I wouldn't be sacrificing wood or cobblestone and that as well. But it depends. Is there still like a cost to actually getting all the material, especially the obsidian too? That would be another thing in its own right of getting all that obsidian. And yeah, granted, I could just make an obsidian farm, and I am considering that because that is something I've kind of wanted to do anyways. I just don't. It just feels sketchy having a wither like right there at like the spawn portal. You know, as soon as you spawn, you land on that obsidian platform. That's where it is. That feels kind of fucked up, but I guess it's. Mm, it should still be okay. I don't know. We'll see. It all depends. I think I was gonna land that. Yeah, we're quarter of the way done the last pillar here, so I'm gonna mute up and just kind of get to it. So yeah, see y'all in about half an hour or so. Finally done with the tall pillars, and it only took 30 hours straight, pretty much. Of course, we still have the small ones down there, and those will be another hour on their own, but it's finally all done. Or at least the bulk of it, the actual hard stuff's done. Um, I think I am gonna cut out these small ones like now. I was thinking about putting them off until tomorrow, but I think I'd rather just do them now while I'm already here. We're rolling up on the 3 hour mark here in a couple minutes, so you figure it's about another hour to get all these cut out. Be done here by about 7:30, maybe 8 o'clock or so should be good. But yeah, it's we're done. It's it's gonna get done today, which is kind of nuts to think about. Because again, this has just been here for a year. I mean, shit, this has been around since like the parts were still in their double digits or something before like part 100. So yeah, it has sat here and been ignored for a really long time, just because I didn't want to get rid of it because I knew it was going to be a pain in the ass to get rid of it. But it's worth getting rid of. So who would have thought? Well, let's take a eye on the Y level here while we're kind of going through all this, right? So that is at Y level 112. You can tell by like the F3 screen on the right hand side. And if our sea level is about 64, then yeah, we're looking at about 50 blocks of height or so until we mine everything out. So what we can either do is we can go down 6 blocks at a time across all 5 pillars, or we can just do what we've been doing. And honestly, I think I'm a little bit more tempted to just go down 6 at a time across all pillars, at least at the start. And then, we can mix it as needed to really whittle it down. But I think just getting rid of like even 2 layers of like 6, so 12 would honestly be really good. That would be like a quarter of it right there. So we'll go ahead and give it a shot. And plus, it burns through less fireworks. Not that I have to be conservative with them or nothing, but it helps. And depending on how this goes, we may or may not actually abandon that because I know the lighting is going to be another thing I have to keep in mind. But we'll see. Maybe actually, how about I do a mix of both? I'll do this like a quarter at a time for each pillar. So we'll just do like a line at a time, and then we'll just kind of go from there. I think that's a better middle ground, honestly. It still makes like good like chunks of progress without taking like a really long ass time to feel like I'm making progress. So yeah, we'll just do something like this pretty much. Wouldn't be so bad. But yeah, it'll be another hour regardless of what I do, so we'll just mine this pillar out like this, and I'm probably just gonna take it back to basics with the other one, so that way it's consistent, and it's less stuff for me to have to think about. Yeah, it's finally done, pretty much. Don't really have a lot left to do with it other than just to sit down and mine. We just passed the 3 hour mark. And again, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna pass the 200,000 cobblestone mark. Um, which is a lot to mine by hand. Again, TNT doesn't count in that statistic as far as I'm aware. So, not like the TNT dupers would have inflated it. Yeah, we've been well past it for a long time now, it looks like. 207,000, which, remember, we were in the 5 digits earlier last week on Saturday. So within a week, I've mined well over 100,000 cobblestone, and I still have quite a good chunk to mine. So that's kind of nuts to think about. I can't really use TNT here because of the same reasons, but also because it's a little bit too close to some of my other farms for comfort, so I'd rather not risk them getting damaged because while I am going to rebuild them, I still want to salvage some of the materials from them, and I'm not ready to rebuild them quite yet. Not that that really matters at the shulker farm, but I don't want those getting damaged as often just because they're... Well, no, I have that specifically so I can get more shulkers in a more like manual and controlled way. So it shouldn't be as bad if I lose the shulker farm, but it's still something I got to keep in mind. And yeah, we're just gonna revert back to the actual way of doing this just because I feel like it won't necessarily be quicker, and yeah, it'll use more fireworks, but I don't think I really care about it using more fireworks. I've got enough gunpowder laying around where it shouldn't be an issue. In fact, after we're done with this little section, we'll go take a peek at the gunpowder farm just to see how that's been doing. But now we've made some very substantial progress, and I'm very happy with it. I mean, it only took like 3 minutes here to do a whole quarter, so we might actually just stick with this because it should still take about the same time regardless. So we'll probably do the rest of the pillar like this just so that way I can kind of get it out of the way. I'll probably do the other 3/4 in one batch just because I don't have to loop around as much. So I'm still making progress and the end's finally in sight, so I don't have to worry so much about feeling like it needs to get done a little bit quicker, even though it doesn't get done quicker. Just feeling like it does helps out a bunch to some extent. But since we can literally see the end, I don't think that matters as much anymore. So we'll just do it whatever way. Yeah, let's go ahead and do a couple of checks real quick. We'll mainly check on the iron farm here for a moment, just to see if I'm full up, and I'm not, which is good. I am getting really close though, and it has been like a year since I properly emptied this out. Although it seems, oh, because I definitely emptied this farm out, but I didn't empty out the other one, so that's why it's a little bit lopsided in production. Although it's not that lopsided, it's still lopsided enough. Let's go ahead and get rid of that, and let's go ahead and pop on through. And yeah, we'll go ahead and check on the gunpowder farm, and we'll kind of go from there. That's just kind of surreal that it's finally getting done, you know? Really didn't think I'd ever get this far after all this time, just because it would take so fucking long to do. But, yeah, we're doing pretty solid on storage. But I don't actually know. Huh. We must have no, it has to have deferred somewhere else. There's no way we exactly made that amount of gunpowder. So it probably deferred. No. We just genuinely made that amount exactly, huh? Okay. Well, we just finished filling up this thing of gunpowder here, and I just want to double check something. If I drop in some cobblestone, it does default to this one. Yeah. So we literally just filled up all of our remaining hoppers with cobble. So it is actually still producing, luckily, which is nice. Of course, all of the mine carts look like they're running still, so I don't have any issues there. Yeah, so that was the other thing I was mildly worried about, was like, if they get caught at a weird time, I'm sure they would stop spinning. But that doesn't look to be like a problem right now, luckily. And hopefully it stays that way too. And I'm probably going to get rid of this water elevator at some point. It's just a bit of a pain to do so, so I'm going to have to get a bunch of sand. And that actually, no, actually that won't be too bad to do because it'll just be sand. Yeah, okay, I can do that. But yeah, last stretch are just these little things. So let's go ahead and remove that section there. And then we'll just kind of probably call it after that gets done. So yeah, even with haste 2 efficiency 5, you can see that it doesn't make any difference in mining speed, unfortunately, which sucks, but you know, it is what it is. I really hope they add something down the line that can rectify that, or maybe there's like another base to your beacon pyramid you could add for like a third stage, which that would be the cop-out solution, would be doing that. So I feel like they're less inclined to do that because it's rehashing an old idea. So you know how they've been recently with updates where it's got to be new, or a very specific and niche thing gets made to solve a very specific and niche problem. Like the echo shards are only useful for the recovery compass, which was used to solve, you know, finding your shit after you died. Armadillos were only added just so you could add dog armor, pretty much. And oh yeah, the armadillos are, yeah, but I don't fucking cares, you know, it's an armadillo. But yeah, they gotta have it nowadays of adding niche stuff to solve niche problems, unfortunately. So it's less likely that they'll reuse an old idea, like with the another layer on the beacons to do that. I don't know if they would modify certain potions, and there's no way they would add like a haste potion as far as I'm concerned, just because as like a player looking in, what would be the difference between that and a swiftness potion? And I don't think they would have assigned that functionality to swiftness potions because that would just be kind of weird, and also that effect would have to stack with the beacon effect too of like swiftness too. So it just would end up you would just make haste again, basically. You wouldn't just make haste again, but at that point you're asking why would I use haste? If I have only one beacon and I have to choose, why would I choose haste instead of just choosing swiftness? Unless it was only a marginal increase that just bump you up enough to start mining cobblestone automatically or instantly. Which at that point it would be a little different, but besides that, they probably wouldn't really be able to justify that one enough to make that change. It'd be a nice change, but it's not justifiable. And as for making a potion for it, I don't really see it happening. At least they're looking at potions again when they added those 4 new ones, so it's not like they're. Oh, then they also did color them a couple of years ago by now, so it's not like they haven't seen them before, but they have made some small changes. And of course, the next update's gonna be a more themed update like usual, but I'm hoping they take time again, like what they did with the Buzzy Bees update, to do some more back end work or things that need updating but aren't necessarily like flashy on their own. Maybe it could be like the Buzzy Bees update where it's a smaller update and then the larger update releases at the end of the year. Like having an update that overhauls a bunch of like GUI and like, but not really GUI per se because the GUI is fine, but an update that overhauls a lot of the different systems like anvils and enchanting and potion making and things like that would be pretty nice. Um, Again, that's probably not inherently an update all on its own per se, unless it's like a super mini one, like a 1.20.7 kind of thing, instead of like 1.21 or 22 or whatever. But who knows? There's just got to be something to fix it. Same deal with inventory management. I don't know how they would really change inventory management because adding something like a Stardew Valley's like organization would be kind of a cop out on their end. And again, they don't really do cop outs at all per se when it comes to stuff like that. They'll make something new to handle it. Like the first time around, it was shulker boxes, or first time it was really ender chests, then it was shulker boxes, and then bundles, which still don't fucking exist. And I would really love to have a bundle because I like being able to tuck away like small things that I know I won't need. Like these golden apples, I don't need to have on me right this very moment because I'm not gonna fight something that's gonna necessitate them. But like, can't do anything about it because I'm gonna carry them just in case. But or the potion stacking changes would be really nice because then they would actually be like legitimately viable to use. I only carry an instant health potion as like an absolute last ditch, just because if I'm truly out of options, that's all I got left, and that's what's gonna happen. And I don't bring it as a splash potion because it's more likely to happen in something like lava or something like that where I'm not really able to splash myself with it reliably. So I'd rather just drink it. And also, I probably don't want to heal the thing I'm fighting too. So. But I like that they're using tipped arrows a little bit more in different things, which is nice. They're not really utilized at all, so it's nice seeing them give it to like the what is it called, the bogged, like the fucked up swamp skeleton. But they do gotta rehash things that already exist and that don't have as much of a purpose, like they did for rabbit hides to make bundles, which admittedly sucks, but it's glad that it's getting some kind of use because otherwise it's just been ignored because you can just make leather out of it. But if you want leather, why not just go kill a cow or a horse or like a hoglin or something? So, or trade even at that point. I don't know, man. They got to figure something out. And I believe they've talked about auto mining not ever being a thing. I'm not actually sure if that's like legit never gonna happen or not. I know they made that update to the end very recently where if it gets regenerated, it breaks the blocks instead of deleting them, so you get the items that would drop. So that could have some pretty interesting applications if it's done a certain way. But I don't really know more than that at that rate. Like what kind of farm could you really build that could take advantage of that? Like, could you even build like a tree farm using that kind of platform in like the right way? I mean, if you, well, no, because then a wither would just break it. I was about to say you could probably do some kind of hybrid of like an obsidian farm with like a wither to actually solve that issue, but I don't think it works like that, unfortunately, so that kind of stinks, but I don't think I'll put any effort into lighting anything up right now because I don't really need to, so we'll just kind of ignore it. And it only took like 7 minutes doing that layer, so I guess we'll just do it like this for now, just to kind of keep it simple. Gradual progress is still good, even though I have to sit here and actually do this now, which ain't bad. And I've been ignoring it for about 3 hours already, so oh, that's a good change of pace. Okay, we don't have that much left to go. It's still a lot, sure, but it's not like what it was even earlier today. I can actually see the end of it, which is very nice. We'll try and get rid of this pillar and that like thin little strip, and then we'll go on to the other three. Just so that way I can still feel like I'm making some kind of progress. Because it is too gradual when you're just mining 6 at a time across all layers. You really don't, like, you are chipping away at it, but you're not, and it does take the same amount of time overall, I'm sure, just because it's like, you can't really gain or lose time here other than through, like, movement and, like, not mining blocks as quickly as you're able to. Which, granted, they do add up, but when you're talking about, like, second increments in terms of, like, hours and hours, then does it really add up, you know? But, yeah, a lot of it is just different ways to stay engaged, doing a boring task, which takes time, you know, it takes time figuring that out. That's why you mix things up a little bit here and there. I only have a drive to do this just because I want it done, not necessarily because I enjoy it, so there's different ways you have to treat it as such, you know? But that's all another thing for another time. I do want to fill that in again with wheat, though, honestly. Hell, there's actually quite a big patch of land I could do something with, which I'm not sure if I would do anything with it, just because it's under the mountain, or rather where the mountain's going to be, so I don't really know how I feel about doing anything with that yet. Um, After we're done mining this out today, as I've talked about pretty frequently here recently, the dirt farm is going to be our next project, period. Like, there is no way around it because we need the dirt. We need the wood too, because a lot of the stuff that we're going to be making is going to involve auto crafters, and therefore you need a bunch of hoppers, you need a bunch of chests. Honestly, spruce wood's still just really nice anyways, that's what I build with a lot, so either way the logs on their own are valuable just for building. So that works out pretty well. Of course, we'll build a smaller like tree farm to handle all the other wood types, because there are universal tree farms we can build for, you know, your oak and your birch and your acacia and all that kind of stuff. But I'm not interested in that at the moment because I need the damn dirt farm. I need it. I can't go out and I can't keep mining stuff forever because I'm just going to get stuck mining for all time instead of building. And I do want to build stuff and I want to build this mountain out, but I'm kind of strapped for resources if you sit down and you actually evaluate it. I'm pretty damn strapped. I don't have a whole bunch that's actually useful for building. You know, I mean, I've got fucking, you know, I've got iron, sure, but that's more for like infrastructure work. I don't really build a lot of building blocks with iron. You don't really do it with shulker boxes either. You do with honey to an extent, but like not really, because honeycomb and like honey blocks are the only thing, and they're niche at best for decoration. They're good for theme builds, but I don't build theme builds right now for that kind of stuff. Moss, same deal, is a nice general purpose thing. It's like having grass where you don't actually want grass, but like, again, I don't actually use that farm that often either, so that's something I ought to do a little bit more of in the future. But especially now that I've got a better computer from when I was having all these farms built like more than a year ago, you know, again, like we're talking like I've got a Ryzen 9 5900X, so that's near top of the line that I can get right now without upgrading literally everything, including the motherboard, which would mean I would be building another computer at that point. I've got 128 gigs of RAM. I would have bought more had God not said no, unfortunately, and by God, I mean fucking AMD and Intel and every other fucking motherboard manufacturer said, hey, you don't actually need more than that. And I don't like that. I would have bought 256 had I not been forced not to, unfortunately. And then I've got a 3060, which admittedly is something I gotta upgrade down the line, but that shouldn't really be too big of an issue for now. The motherboard's fine. Who fucking cares about the motherboard? It's there. I don't think it matters that much. Again, I don't actually know for sure. So I could be talking out of my ass there, but I don't really know. Or do I really care to know right now? But yeah, within only 5 minutes, we've gotten down a pretty big chunk of a whole pillar and then some. So yeah, this might be the way to go. But either way, I do want to build a lot more farms in a much more condensed area. So again, think, your Omni farms, things like that. Linking them together, I don't know how well that would go. To be honest, I would have to treat it like I'm actually at work and literally sit here for hours and like physically draft out like a sketch of what needs to happen. You just take stock of what you want versus what you need, and then what do you do to actually achieve it, right? So in this case, it would be taking stock of what farms do I absolutely need to have, or not even what I need to have. What do I want to have, right? I want a wood farm, an iron farm, a dirt farm, a cobblestone farm, a moss farm. And you just keep going down the list. A sheep farm would be nice too. A bartering farm would be nice down the line, but that would have to get integrated somehow with the gold farm. So that would be another thing on its own. And then those items would have to get funneled out of the nether into the overworld at some point if I wanted to craft some more like heavy stuff. But that's a whole nother thing for a whole nother time. So let's just focus on the overworld for now, right? You make a list of what farms you want. And then from there, it's just R&D, right? You find farm designs that you actually like. Of course, I'm going to give proper credit when I get around to building them, of course. And every time I have built a farm, I try to give proper credit, including the video link and all that kind of stuff. But either way, you take stock of what farms you want, you weigh the options. Do you go as, do you say fuck it and build as efficient as you can? And if you do that, realistically, it's going to take a lot of material. So which efficient farm do you build first? Because that farm you choose, if you have the choice of building a slime farm first versus an iron farm, that's both like as max efficiency as you can get. You'd want to build the iron farm because by building the iron farm, you're building the slime farm because you actually have better stock of your materials, you have better stock of iron to actually make hoppers to power it, all that other kind of stuff. So there's certain priority that's got to be assigned to certain ones. And then again, at that point, you got to decide what's your angle. Do you want to go as efficient as possible regardless of the cost? Do you want a better balance of like cost and efficiency? Do you want small footprint instead regardless of cost or efficiency? Do you want fucking as cheap as possible for like a challenge or something? Or you just are early game, you want an omni farm that's as manual and is like, you want like a district basically that's as fucking has as many farms as you can fit into it? Like, what are you trying to do at that point? Even something like the shulker farm, you'd have to consider, do you want two-dimensional farms to become a thing, or would you rather have a bigger emphasis on one-dimensional farms? So there's a ton of different things you can look at after you figure out what farms you want to build. And then from there, there's another critical question of, now that I know what farms I want to build, right? Ideally, you'd get them all into one world, and then from there you can, copy the structure blocks or whatever, you have to rebuild the whole damn thing. But then you need to get to a point where now you're working within the limitations of the game itself, right? You need to keep in mind that you've only got so much render and chunk loading distance as a player that you're limited by that. So you need to figure out what that distance is and plan around like a central point, and then from there you can build. So mobs can only spawn, for example, within 128 block sphere of the player. So if you wanted to include like a hostile mob farm, you would have to plan around that. Same idea with the Iron Golem farm and the Shulker farm. You'd have to plan around that in some way. So you would have to figure that one out a little bit better. Realistically, you would get access to one player farm where, like with the dirt farm, for example, you would have a player interaction in there. And we're talking about single player here, of course. Where you would get one farm that can have player interaction to actually work, but you have to choose very carefully which one that is. So I think the dirt farm for now is a great choice because it's such a pain in the ass to get otherwise. And again, it does also produce wood, it produces cobblestone. So it's not like it's just producing dirt. It's also producing other stuff in pretty sizable quantities too. Mainly the fucking wood. I don't give a fuck about the cobblestone. I'll go build a cobblestone farm if I want it. It's really the wood is really, really nice because at that point, the wood farms also have to be manually done unless you're building an azalea farm. in which case you can get away with it being fully automatic, or a bamboo farm for like general purpose wood. But because I use spruce for building a bunch, then like that's honestly worth it on its own too, to be fair. So there's a bunch of trade-offs you got to consider with it once you get your initial list, and you just keep kind of working down. You figure out, okay, well, I know these farms have good synergy together, so I should put them closer. Do I want to feed them into auto crafters? You'd have to probably categorize them by things you'd want to build. Like you'd want to have like a targeted things to build, like a hopper farm, right? To build a hopper farm, you would need an iron farm, you would need a wood farm. Therefore, I would want to build my iron farm next to my dirt farm, which is also my wood farm. Conversely, if I didn't want to build it next to the dirt farm, which is also my wood farm, I would build a bamboo farm that converts it to planks, planks to chests, and then chests with the iron into that. So I would keep that in mind. Or if I choose not to do that because I want the spruce's building blocks, I would again have to double down on the bamboo farm, and that would be my general purpose farm. So then I would have to keep in mind that I wouldn't just want to build chests and hoppers. I'd also have to build like a whole manner of other things as well that need wood. So I'd have to be careful about how I split it off from that and what I do to kind of make it work. So a lot of it's just logistics and planning. Infrastructure is a very important thing with something like this big in scope, because there is no easy movement to move stuff, because you would have to dismantle a whole farm and rebuild it in a different spot to make it work. So getting it right the first time is super duper critical. Or if you don't get it right the first time, you need to build it in such a way where it can be built upon, so you're not limited by like a size constraint at that point, which again, your size constraint is still your player limit of that 128 block sphere, but, or at least for mobs, but it's still doable. So I'd actually have to probably go a little bit more in depth at some point on my own time to research like chunk loading mechanics and whatnot, because certain things stop working the farther out chunks you go. I think redstone stops working after like 4 chunks of loading, and something else stops working after like 6, and others stops working after 8, etc. So you have certain thresholds of certain things that must be done in certain zones, and higher priority has to be given to those zones as well. And when I say chunks here, I am, as far as I know, referring to like bottom of the world, top of the world chunks, not talking about sub chunks of like 16 cubed areas. As far as I'm aware, again, I still have to dig into that to make sure that that's legit, but as far as I'm aware, that does check out. So, but when I build those farms, I'd have to make sure to leave empty space to have like maintenance lines and hopper lines as well to be able to do that. So again, it can all funnel into one place. And then of course, at that point, you start thinking about, do I want a bulk storage system? Do I want 2 of them at that point? Do I want 2 bulk storage systems, like one for the raw inputs that I would get from all the farms, or do I just want one that has all the raw inputs and the finished products that get made out of it? So do I want a storage system that has wooden planks, cobblestone, redstone, and iron, and then a separate one that houses all the pistons that get produced? Or do I just want to say fuck it and have all of them in the same kind of tier of storage? And I think at that point, it would be pretty difficult to figure out. Especially too, because at that point, you'd start getting into like, flip this lever if you want pistons, this one if you want staircases, and then it would, at that point, you'd only have like an OR gate to do because it's either one or the other. So I'd have to figure out how to build some kind of AND gate to actually handle that as well. Um, or I'd have to compound like an OR gate to actually do more. Which I could do, probably. I mean, just for a little bit more context, I work in Excel at my job like a lot. Like that is my bread and butter, and that's what I'm like really, really good at. So a lot of the formula making I do actually involves a lot of these steps already. So it's not like as like foreign to me as it was even like 2 years ago. Um, and so is a lot of the logic and principles that come behind it, and like the ideas about structuring certain things in a certain way so that you can actually do stuff with them later in case you change your mind. You don't ever want to lock yourself into something just because it's good now. You still want to, because people change, tastes change, people change, and you want to make sure that you have room for that change, because if you don't, you will regret it. You definitely will, because I didn't leave room for this change, and I regret it because now I have to spend a lot of time fixing this mistake. Why couldn't I just built it out of fucking scaffolding? If I wanted to build something on this kind of scale, why couldn't it have been done out of scaffolding? You know, I could have built a bamboo farm. The old gunpowder farm I had also farmed spiders by default, so it's not like I couldn't have farmed a bunch of scaffolding even without auto crafting. And it would have done the same idea in terms of scale, right? You know, you would have got to see how big it was. Even if I didn't like it for being a 1 block thick pillar, I could have just ignored that and just built a bunch of them that go up really, really tall or something, and I still would have gotten the same idea. But when it came time to remove them, I could have just broken them at the base, done. Wouldn't have to think about it at all. That would have been a fucking 10-minute job at worst to clean up. It still would have taken the same amount of time to build, even, but now it would have been a lot quicker to just get rid of. So, you know, I messed up. Just full stop. I messed up building it the way I did. I do regret it, but at the same time, no, I really regret it. It's fucking cobblestone. I could just build a goddamn farm for it. Who cares, right? But, what's done is done, you know? It's already done. I've already gone ahead and gotten all this stuff torn down, or rather, I'm, of course, finishing it up right now. But at the end of the day, I made a mistake. I fixed it, and now I can move on with my life. So that's all there is to it, unfortunately. But next time I know not to do something this permanent. Like I was kind of brainstorming for this fountain, right? Because placing in all that dirt by hand, it's gonna be a nightmare. You know, everyone knows that. But I sat down, I thought about it. It's like, well, I'm already thinking about podzol mechanics. You know how you can convert moss to podzol. You can go from stone to moss to podzol. So if I make a bunch of smooth stone that bridges the gap between each of these layers, then I could turn it into moss with a bunch of bone meal that I can farm easily. And then from there, I... Is that a cat? Oh, it is. Okay. Anyways, then from there, I could actually, you know, do stuff with it. You know, I could actually turn it into a podzol with the spruce trees and all that, but I'd have to get it all filled in with something. And then I thought about it. It's like I literally just had this exact dilemma, and I'm still cleaning it up because I'm gonna make a more permanent choice to something that shouldn't be permanent, and it's gonna fuck me over. So I would rather just mine the dirt or farm the dirt and place it in by hand because it ends up being easier in the long run to make on the fly changes and all that kind of stuff. And if I have a kind of accident with the stone, then I don't have to mine stone. I can just mine dirt, so I don't need to set up a beacon for it or nothing. I can just mine it. Which, admittedly, setting up a beacon's not that hard, so it's not that big a deal. But still, you know. But my point being, don't make like very big choices about stuff like this. And if you do make choices to make something big, like really sit down and plan it, right? Because even if you're using something big as a sketch, like I did with that scaffolding on all these lava casts, just choose an alternative that isn't as much of a pain in the ass to remove. Or if you choose to do it like this, just build one of them. You know, I didn't need to build a whole ring of them. I just needed to build one to get a better idea of like the sheer height of it all, you know? Or again, I could have chosen a better material to build it out of instead of just lava casting, because admittedly lava casting was easier to set up. But again, taking it apart, I even had actually debated this more than a year ago as I was working on this for the very first time. Because I wasn't sure if I wanted to get rid of it or not down the line, and eventually I decided that no, I don't think I want to get rid of it because it'll get covered up by the mountain. And I was like, well, I don't probably want to actually use the inside of the mountain for anything. I just want it to look cool. But that's dumb. See, because you have all the inside of the mountain to work with and you can't fucking use it. Like, why even bother at that point? It could be a really cool thing to have, but I locked myself out of it by doing this. So, you know, now I'm kind of paying the price for it, which, again, it happens, but just know not to do it again next time. So, you know. Currently at Y level 101, and remember, our ocean floor here is at 60 something, like 64, so we're only 40 blocks away, which means another 5 passes after this, and we'll have done it. And technically it's not at 64, because of course, that's the floor, and since I'm not at the floor anymore, because I've mined it all up pretty good, it's still another 5 passes here, but it just won't take as long as you think, so we're on the home stretch now. So it ideally would only be another half hour at 7:30. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think this is just a little bit too big in scope to be done within half an hour. Um, So it'll probably be another hour here before it's done, which is a lot more reasonable. And again, there's no pressure to finish it up quickly at all. I've already taken this long to do it. What's a little longer, right? But yeah, it's just surreal that it's all done. Again, I've been sitting on this for more than a year, and it's just kind of nuts, you know? I mean, seriously, it all changed within just a week. Like, just putting in a good bit of effort for a whole week was all it took. And I didn't even put it in for the whole week. I did Saturday, Sunday, I put in a lot of effort, a good chunk on Monday, and then I didn't even really start again until like yesterday, I think. I think I did a tiny bit on Tuesday, but after that, I kind of just went away for a bit because I still had work to do and I was just tired, of course. So, only about 5 days worth of work, and I got a lot done within that time because I sat down and I did it. So I stopped worrying about trying to like talk and entertain and all that kind of shit. I just did the work. So it was boring, and I don't ever expect anyone to watch these ever again because they fucking suck. That's not the point of them, luckily. The point is anything I do here that actually has meaning, I try and stream. So I stream it. This has meaning because it's getting rid of something pretty fucking big. I mean, how jarring would it be if I took a year-long break and then all of a sudden, hey, those cobblestone pillars I built and I really regret? They're gone. Just did some off-camera mining. Like, come on, who wants to be that guy, right? So, it's got to get done. There's not really a way around it. It had to get done. And that's okay. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and cut down just this pillar here, and then we'll kind of hit the other two in their own time. Just that way I'm feeling like I'm making a little bit more progress again. And the less pillars we have to mine, the quicker like the layer by layer stuff goes, so this could still be worth it on its own. So, not too bad. Not that this even takes up that much time. I mean, shit, that probably just took me like a minute there to do, or rather what I'm still doing. So it's not like this even takes that long. But again, it's really just about having some kind of progress I can tangibly have just a little bit more of. But next time we will clear out all of this stone down here and just one big ass explosion. It probably won't damage anything, I think. I'll probably do this bit on its own just to make sure I don't damage any of these, because especially that, I cannot afford to have that get damaged at all, because that's it's been so long since I've actually had to use it, of course, but that's the manual shulker farm that I ended up creating. Well, I don't actually remember the full story anymore, to be honest. It's been that long, but I believe I saw something similar to it in a YouTube short like years ago by now. And I just modified it knowing some basic bits about shulker mechanics, that they needed more space to have a higher likelihood of cloning. So I created like a fission chamber that has a shulker in it. And then I tricked into hitting its own bullet. I had a dispenser with splash potions of instant health too. So that way if it damaged itself too much, I could wrangle it back into place and make sure that one shulker stayed alive instead of it dying and having to go all the way back to the end for another one, blah blah blah. So it, made it a lot easier for me in the long run doing that. But then it gave me more like fine control over how the shulkers got duplicated, and then from there I would just move them to the farm that I built, and then it was just a matter of moving 10 of them at a time, which that one was tricky to do, to say the least. To be quite frank, I actually don't know how that happened. No, I do know, because it still had the minecart relay at the time, so I would just I would just dump them at the top and then just relay the minecart through, and then that would dump them off at the bottom, and then from there I would try populating it with the one at the bottom. It didn't work out too often because you really needed enough to like jump it to start. You couldn't just use one to split into a bunch. You had to like juice it up with like 5 or 6 in reserves, and then once you hit like a critical point, then they would be self-sufficient. But that farm can technically fail, but it's like a statistical anomaly if it happens. Just because they can technically kill themselves, like all 10 of them could kill themselves before producing a clone. But that's the point of having 10, is that you make it so incredibly unlikely that that would happen that it won't happen. And if it does, I would probably catch it before it really happens. So I would like import a couple of extra or make sure to take time to heal them at the top for that to not be an issue. But, you know, that's a whole other thing on its own. And I'm gonna again rebuild that shulker farm at some point. I just don't think it's gonna be rebuilt here. I kind of want to save. There's again, it's a lot of logistics and planning for this stuff, right? I don't really know where I want to build anything right now, to be honest. I I keep saying I want to build it like one of the tips here, right? But I actually don't really know about that. I don't know if I want it more central to my base, so that way I'm closer to like all these farms at once, so they constantly stay loaded. Um, Especially now that my computer can handle it. Of course, the dirt farm wouldn't matter how close or far it is because it's player interacted. But at the same time, if we're going to use that as my only like player-based farm, that needs to act as a kind of a center point because I know I'm going to be there while I'm farming because I want to farm dirt, I want to farm wood. Um, and I know I would want a shulker shell farm nearby because when I farm the wood, it would get converted to planks, to chests, and then the shulker shells get converted into boxes. And then from there, you would also have to relay all the boxes into all the different storage systems and all that kind of shit, and all the other shulker box loaders so they stay loaded. Um, but there's different steps of infrastructure I'd have to keep in mind as I'm building this stuff, just because it would be a fucking nightmare otherwise. Like, if I jump into this tube line, I'm gonna regret it. So a lot of that's just gonna be taking stock of figuring out what's going on. So I don't really know. I might even stream that, like the different thought processes behind all that kind of stuff, and actually designing. To be fair, that one would be exceptionally boring, just because it would basically be like a Google Doc and like scouring the internet to see what else is out there in terms of good farm designs for this kind of stuff. So I don't actually know if that's something I would do. I might, honestly. I feel like that would be a really interesting change of pace, especially too, because a lot of those big, hardcore worlds, right? They don't really they build the farm, okay? They build the farm, they give credit, but that's it. That's really as far as it goes. There's not really a bunch of room for creativity or like actual like input on certain things there. Of course, they're not the ones building the farms from scratch, that kind of deal. They're not the one doing R&D on building the farms. But the most they're doing is they're building theming around it. So that's when you tend to hear a lot more input about why they're building it, or you get to see a little bit more creative theming with it compared to just other things. So, you know, I think it could be worth doing. And I'm not 100% sure, but I'm not opposed to doing it like that. It's just going to be something that's it's going to be interesting in the sense that it's a behind the scenes look about what goes into like planning and certain things. I don't really plan a lot. I didn't even really plan this at all. Like at all. I just like I was like I saw a cool palette a couple of years ago. I was like, I wanted to build a mountain. That's probably gonna be the cool way to do it because I wanted to build a mountain that was built out of mountain blocks, right? Like I'm kind of picky about not using like weird fucked up blocks to like make stuff. Like you've got your different like textures and like shades of color when you're detailing stuff, right? Like if you're detailing like a dirty place or things with a bunch of browns, right? Like if you built like a spruce house, you wouldn't just use spruce logs and spruce planks, right? You would use different shades of wood, like maybe a splash of dark oak here and there or whatever. But then you start getting the blocks that like they make sense, like in terms of the color scheme, but in terms of something to build a house out of, it just rubs me the wrong way. So like concrete powder, brown concrete powder gets mixed in pretty well with a lot of those kinds of things. Not dirt because it's fucking dirt. Okay, I see how it is. See the phantoms for once, so let's maybe go sleep those off before it's too late. Oops, let's not fly that way. I do not want to fly over that shulker farm and fuck all that up, so that would really not be good. Again, I'm sitting on a large backlog of shells, so I'm not in desperate need of it, but it will run out at some point, and it might be less than I think. So I would rather. What the fuck am I talking about? It's not less than I think. I think I've got like 3 shulker boxes of shells or something, and again, like 2 shulker boxes makes over 1,000 of them. That makes almost 2,000 shulker boxes right there between those. Not to mention, I have a third one up in my trading hall. and then combining all those would probably put it at about 3. So, fucking fine now, I guess. Um, I do have my extra boxes in there. Good. Okay. The fuck was this? Was this end loot? Yeah, this was end loot. Okay. Huh. Alright, some actual nice stuff in here. I haven't think about a lot of this. I'm probably gonna do something with these at some point because I do want to make uh duplicates of a lot of my netherite armor, which is why I ended up saving those, I'm sure. But I want to make duplicates of my netherite armor with that was a different kind of decoration thing. But I want to make duplicates of my netherite armor with different enchants on it. So instead of it all just being protection 4, I wanted to have fire protection, blast, projectile. Um, I actually do have a copy of every single type of netherite helmet. So that's pretty cool. I don't actually use them yet, but I do have them for like very specific niche situations. Like I found out through some testing, right, that just having like a netherite helmet with all the different enchants is actually really valuable in pretty specific spots. So if you are like doing work with a charge creeper, for example, right, if it blows up on you point blank with full protection 4, you die. You straight up get one shot at point blank by a charge creeper. And I don't have to worry about that day to day because it's very unlikely if, well, it's still possible, but it's super duper unlikely that I'll find a naturally spawning charge creeper. But at some point, if I want the different mob heads, I'm going to have to work with them. So if you make a mistake with those, you die, or you pop a totem, and then you could just die to another one if you do a bunch of them at once, right? So the idea is, if you actually put on a blast protection 4 helmet and leave all the other stuff as protection 4, you lose 16% in all protection, including blast protection, but you make up 32% with the helmet, right? So you would go from 64% protection because each level of protection is a 4% damage reduction. So 4 times 4 is 16, 16 times 4 is 64, right? That's where it caps. The max damage you can reduce is 80%, so even if you had protection 10, it would only reduce 80% damage total, which is the same as protection 5 on everything. But conversely, the unique protections, like feather falling does count into the category, by the way, like fire protection and blast protection, they actually reduce 32% at protection 4. So each level reduces 8%, but only for that category, right? So feather falling 4 actually reduces fall damage by 32%, and then when it's combined with protection 4 and everything as well, that's 32 plus an additional 64, and now you're looking at 96%, but obviously it caps out at 80. So, that's what you get is 80. Technically, you wouldn't even need protection 4 to make that, or feather falling 4 to make that work, but you would want like feather falling 4 when you're using your elytra here, because now it's 32 plus 48, because I've only got my elytra, and then, fucking 16, man, I can't do math today, 16, 32, 48, plus another 32 from the feather falling, and then that puts you at 80. So even without a chest plate, I still take as little fall damage as possible, as far as I'm aware. I don't actually know for sure if that actually does work like that or not. On paper, from what I understand, it does work like that. I don't know, but I feel like I take less damage if I wear the chest plate too, but I actually not fully convinced on that, so I don't really know. But my main point being, you can definitely survive a creeper blast in full netherite with protection 4 and everything except for the helmet that has blast protection 4. You'll survive with like a heart and a half, or about 2 hearts, and then because you get knocked back up pretty high, the knockback resistance actually ends up being pretty important because you're going to take fall damage with that because it's high enough to actually do some kind of damage. And then you would also want feather falling with that as well. So just to mitigate that as much as possible too. But you can live it, which is the main thing, but only with a blast protection helmet and everything else being protection 4. Conversely, you can stay in lava for a very long time with protection 4. And quite frankly, I believe it's indefinite as long as you don't run out of food. But it's significantly easier with a fire protection 4 helmet and protection 4 everything else. Like, you barely have to try it all with that. So, That's not a necessity per se, but it could become an important thing to keep in mind if you're going to be in lava for a very long time, or some fucked up accident happens where you just fell in and you've got no other choice. So they can still be genuinely important to do, you know. Projectile protection though, I don't. Who fucking cares? Come on, what do you get shot at? What what shoots at you that you would actually want to reduce damage from in like a meaningful way? Like what's so fucking threatening with a gun that I mean, excuse me, a bow or a crossbow or a projectile that you would want to, you know, mitigate that even more than normal, right? You know, a power 5 bow for like a skeleton is just doesn't really happen and it's niche, and also like it's a skeleton, just shoot it once and it dies with a good bow. Piglins, same deal. Who fucking cares? They don't shoot that hard. Gas don't shoot that hard. Blazes don't shoot that hard. The Warden Sonic attack isn't a projectile, and it's also fixed damage regardless, other than resistance. So that's kind of its own thing on its own. Um, it's just, you know, it's just, eh. It's not really worth having. It's worth having to complete like a set of it, but not for actual like practical use, you know. But yeah, either way, that's something else I'd like to do one of these days. I think it'd be worth it, but still holding my breath on it because I don't think I really care too much. So, you know. But yeah, as for again, as for building in here, I I need to focus on farms first because to actually build the rest of everything I want to build, I need resources, and I just don't have enough of them at all to even get close to what I was needing. Like that end stone took ages to get, but it was a one-time thing to get the foundation of the trading hall in place. But like the nether quartz wasn't a one-time thing, you know. I can get it through the trading, sure, but it would be nice to automate it with piglin bartering, you know. It'd be nice. But same idea. Well, I can't really automate the deep slate if I'm being real here, but I could still use blackstone as a pretty good substitute, so that doesn't really matter. But and I still got a lot of deep slate, so it's not too big a deal. When I go mining for deep slate, I try and go for other things too. So it's not actually just about the deep slate; it's also about the diamonds and the redstone that come with it as well. But even then, that still means that I would need to build a redstone farm. And now that raid farms are getting nerfed, I'm probably going to build a nice witch farm with the witch hut that's out in my swamp because there's literally no reason not to. It's still good for gunpowder, good for glowstone. Um, but then that's where again you run into the issue as well, where if you're trying to build a farm that does everything, you run into problems there because I can't physically load that within this mountain, and I can't just build a witch farm here because that's just not how it works, you know? So I'd have to make some kind of choice about some kind of districting or something like that. So at the end of the day, it probably would end up going unused for the most part because the time I spend at the witch farm farming, I could spend here farming, and I can farm a lot more here than I can there. And the only valuable things I would farm over there would be the redstone. Glass bottles, who fucking cares? Sticks, who cares? Even glowstone and gunpowder. Because I got the gunpowder farm here, who cares? And because that can be built into a general purpose mod farm, that's also not as important. Um, the only thing would be glowstone because I would have to mine that, but at the same time, I don't use glowstone that often, and I can buy blocks of glowstone from the clerics in my trading hall for like an emerald apiece, so that actually doesn't even matter either. And I got a lot of them. And at that point too, I could just have some kind of way to farm emeralds, which I, hmm, no, I haven't thought about it until just now, but there might. Could you integrate an iron farm with a raid farm? Is that doable? Well, no, because then I would have to build it in like one of the very tall sections because I also have to keep in mind. And no, even then I couldn't do that because it just spawns as high as it can get. So this would count towards that. So I couldn't build a raid farm within the walls of the mountain, and I'd actually have to go a fair bit far away to do that too. So yeah, I don't know. It's worth looking into to be fair, because maybe it wouldn't have to be in the mountain, but it could be part of it on top somewhere. That could be interesting and potentially viable. just having a fully auto raid farm. Well, no, because I have to kill him to get the bad omen effect, so I would have to be there. And if I have to be there, I have to choose between the dirt farm and the raid farm at that point. Which, granted, there is going to be a time where I don't need to farm dirt, but I do need to farm wood. I'd have to have a wood farm just to handle that kind of off case. Yeah, I don't know. That's why we take time to flesh these things out because it's worth thinking about. It could genuinely be valuable to have. Um, but I just don't know quite yet. I guess I'll make a list of all farms that I'm interested in building, even if it's things that realistically I won't build here, so I can account for stuff like that. So again, I won't really build a raid farm here at the moment because it's a bit more of a pain to work out logistically, but it's still a farm I want to have. Something like a melon and pumpkin farm, I don't give too much of a shit about, but it's still probably gonna be worth having at some point. And if nothing else, I can like compost the excess that's producing the bone meal and it can feed back some other farms. So it's still worth it for the bone meal potential along with the poppies as well. And then of course with that bone meal, I can use it to feed the moss farm that powers the dirt farm, or I could feed the actual moss farm that I would make separate from that, or I could use it to farm fucking, I don't know. There's got to be a way to like auto farm like crops somehow with like villagers, but using like micro farms. But I don't really know. But at that point, why wouldn't you just make an automatic farm just completely with like a big field and a villager? Either way, again, that's a whole other logistical thing. Um, but yeah, it's worth looking at if nothing else. It's worth looking into. There's no rush to do it. But yeah, we're actually getting pretty close to the end here. It's 7:21 right now. I don't believe I'll make it by 7:30, which is a bit unfortunate, but not that big a deal. I'm just getting pretty hungry is all, so I gotta make sure I go get something to eat here too. I got some salmon I can cook up. Oh, yeah, speaking of shit to cook and actually like nice stuff, I got a raise at work. It wasn't as much as I was hoping for, unfortunately, because as I thought, it was a mix of it being a smaller company and the industry that I'm working for as well. It just doesn't value it as much, which is very unfortunate. So my raise, instead of being up in like the 60s and 70s that I was hoping for, it's actually more in line with well, it's 52,000, which is still a very significant jump. So I'm not complaining about that at all. For context, I was making 45,000, so 52,000, probably more like 51. Either way, my point being, it was like a 7,000, like $7,500 a year raise, which is more than $100 a week extra I get, and after tax is actually about $100 extra a week, so I can afford nicer things. What I still can't afford is an apartment, unfortunately. I sat down and I did the math because it's what you do. You get a problem like this, you sit down, you do the math, you do the work, and you figure out what can you do, what can't you do. Um, I did the math, and the most rent I could stomach under a bunch of these stupid fucking arbitrary rules, like if your rent is 1,300 a month, you have to make 3 times that amount for to qualify for a lot of places. So you have to make $3,900 a month in gross income to qualify for paying $1,300 a month rent. Which is actually my upper limit there is 1,300 a month because I make 39.20 something gross, and then after tax is about 3,300 is what I'm estimating, maybe 32. So yeah, 1,300 would be a third, and then I can't realistically go above that barrier because I'll get denied on pretty much everything above that point, so I don't make enough on to cover it. There's only a few places that offer rent at above 900 but below 1,300. So even though my rent just got raised by like $80, there's not really anywhere better I could afford um, right now. And again, with it being Florida too, I would just be throwing my money into a pit. At least that's what I keep telling myself. But honestly, it'd be nice to have like a good toilet again, if I'm being real, and a shower, like an actual nice shower. But regardless of that, unfortunate shit, literally, it's just like I would be burning money at that point, and an extra 400 a month in savings would actually be really nice to have because that bumps me up to like quadruple digits in savings if I can stick to my grocery budget. So that would actually bump me up to about $1,000 a month in savings, which, hey, now we're getting somewhere at that point. You save that amount of money for a year, you're looking at 12 grand. And that's like half my car, like, loan, like, period. So 2 years of savings would get me to pay off my car early, which is nice because I lose less money to interest, and then that reclaims another $600 a month of my income that I don't have to put towards a car payment anymore. So then you had the question of, is it worth it to do that? And it probably is. Of course, it'll be different, and once I actually get the money and I have it in my account, I'd probably want to go a little bit over that to probably like 30,000, so that way I still have a nice comfortable like nest egg there at that point. So it'd be like 2.5 years of saving. Well, then again, by then I should have a good chunk of my car payment paid off. So I don't know. We'll have to see. But point being, there's as much money as I'm making now. Now that I broke 50,000, it's still not enough for Florida, which is really annoying. So my best bet, realistically, is just to keep going to college. I'm finally starting to really, I really need to start buckling down on learning Python. So I'm starting to work that into what I do at work now. I'm gonna try and start doing that, and especially as like my company's looking to get bought out, it's gonna become more important to have a little bit more of a formal education and more formal standard workflows compared to like the rest of the world. Because right now I'm only using Excel, which does work for what we need to do, but if we're gonna transition to a different system, I need to get my SQL like knowledge in check. I need to get Python in check, and I need to get R in check. Realistically, I only need to know SQL for like data retrieval, for like query writing, so that's not going to get used as often. So Python will be the big way to go when it comes to automation of general tasks, because that will end up being a very important thing down the line too. And it also ties in with the actual work I want to do with data analysis, but it gives it an extra function, you know? If I can automate some pretty heavy stuff, then that adds value, and then that makes it so they can't replace me as easily, now without actually forking over like a ton of money to hire someone new. So, you know, and I'm doing pretty good at that company relationship wise, I feel, where I don't have to worry about my job getting taken out from under me at all, as far as I'm concerned. As far as I know, but who knows there. When I show up, I do a good job. I help out as pretty much as many people as I can with what I know, and it works out pretty well. So, but yeah, long term, and by long term I mean even within like 2 years or so, because by then 1 year from now I'll have my bachelor's, and 2 years from now like I'll be really done with school at that point. So I'm going for my master's for a while. Um, but by that point I should have enough experience and education to actually look for work outside of Florida, and that ends up being a big deal for me because that means I don't have to be in Florida anymore. So rent's a good bit cheaper up north because everyone's moving down south during the winter. So you get your bunch of snowbirds. People move down here because they think it's cheaper, etc. All that other kind of shit. So as more people move away from north, they move down south. So stuff goes up down here, and things go down up there. So it evens itself out after enough time. So ideally, I'd get to a point where I can get a job working up north, and I could relocate at that point too, so I wouldn't have to just focus on remote work or nothing. But I'd get an opportunity to relocate, do some work up north, making a good bit more money at that point, and then a lot of my bills ought to be cheaper up north too, believe it or not, which is kind of insane. Because Florida's supposed to be cheap and not that expensive, but they make up the money somehow because they have to. So car insurance and insurance as a whole is way higher down here. Food prices have actually, I think they're about on average with everyone else, but won't trust that holding out forever. And it's more expensive down here, man. It's not fucking cool. Not to mention the actual, like, political climate and the actual climate itself really fucking suck down here. So the sooner I get out of here, the better. But if I rush it, then I'm gonna regret it. So again, I'd rather play it smart right now and just save up the money and, I'll get out when I get out, pretty much. Because hey, even by that point, I honest to God might be able to actually afford a house up north if I can secure a much higher paying job up north, and I can also have enough money put away from working down here. That could actually be really good. But it's just getting to that point, of course. It takes time. There's no rush for it. It does take time. And speaking of time, we're actually almost done here. We're finding up the last stretch here, so we're doing this pillar, and then of course we've got that section to our right that needs to be dug out. But we'll go ahead and we'll work our way around here, and then we'll work backwards from here. But I guess I am done at about 7:30. It'll be a little over than that, but it won't be like 8 or 8:30 or nothing like I thought, so that's good. I'm gonna also switch pickaxes here too, just to make sure I don't break that by accident. And if I do break it, it's not that big a deal to repair. It's a little bit more annoying now with the smithing template, but I do have enough diamonds to cover me on that for a long time. I would need to go out and mine more, of course, to actually handle that. But it's not that big a deal either way. But yeah, don't move to Florida. It fucking sucks. It's gonna get worse. Hurricanes are just getting worse and more frequent, honestly. And you pay a lot of insurance, and you pay a lot emotionally when you're dealing with hurricanes too, you know. I mean, you don't know if you're actually gonna lose your whole house or not, because they do just vanish, pretty much. They're not like tornadoes where there's a bunch of debris and at least maybe you can find some family photos and stuff, because yeah, it got kind of fucked up with some mud or something, but it's not unfixable. But with hurricane shit, like it's gone. You get out in the Gulf of Mexico and all your shit got water damage and your house has mold and now you don't have a house and like you're done, you know. And then since we don't believe in big government down here, apparently we hate FEMA unless we need FEMA, in which case we bitch about FEMA not doing enough, even though we actively go out of our way not to pay them enough in terms of taxes because that's fake and gay and also big government. So who likes that? So it's a mess, dude. It's very hypocritical and it's very annoying to deal with. So, you know, don't do it. Don't go down south. You're gonna get lured by cheaper prices, but everyone gets lured by cheaper prices, and in the end, nothing will get cheaper. So, you know, just don't. You gotta hit that. You gotta hit that middle ground of being near a big city and being out in the middle of nowhere, so you can actually get cheaper prices. Because you're a lot more likely to find that around the rest of the country than you are in just any specific state or place. So, but with all that being said, we're done. We did it. The last block officially, and it's finally all carved out. So again, taking a look at some of our cobblestone that we've gone ahead and mined. Remember, we started at like about 80,000 or so when this was all started, maybe even 60. It can't have been 60. Might have been 60. I'm gonna say 80 just to keep it simple, because that's the earliest footage I've got of it, I believe, is at 80,000. So regardless of that, from 80,000 to 213,000, we mined over 130,000 blocks within the span of a week by hand without Instamine. That's more than the amount of stone that I've ever mined, and that was with fucking Instamine for the most part, you know. Same deal with the sand, that was with Instamine with the efficiency shovels, with Instamine with the shovels, with Instamine with a beacon, Instamine because it's fucking netherrack, Instamine, like, even then, this was kind of annoying on its own, but even then, that's only 10 shulker boxes worth of deep slate ever. This is, like, more than 100, like, quite a bit, so it's nuts, you know. It's genuinely insane. So it's done. There's nothing left to do here right now because it's all done. So yeah, just to kind of recap, and I suppose we can go take some time to get our pickaxes all fixed up now that nothing needs to be done anymore. But yeah, to recap, next time we're gonna just take all the TNT I bulk made and we're gonna blow all this shit up, and we're also gonna dismantle that, and then from there we're gonna replant the part of the wheat farm we need. Maybe I'll fill in all that with the extra mossy cobble that needs to be done as well. And then from there, it's just planning. It's planning and getting materials for the dirt farm, but I don't want to build the... Okay, to be fair, I can just build another copy of the dirt farm if I decide I want to build it somewhere else, and then just get rid of the old one. So that is still something I can do, so I don't have to commit to the dirt farm in like a specific spot quite yet. Because I'm more concerned with just getting it off the ground and running. But I still would like to treat it like it's permanent, or relatively permanent. Because it's a big pain in the ass to build otherwise and dismantle, so I'd rather get it right the first time in this case than fuck it up and have to try again. So we're gonna treat it like it's permanent to make it a little bit easier. And I'm finally gonna get all my tools back too out of my ender chest as well, because I haven't actually had any of my tools in ages. Yeah, I haven't even had an axe in my inventory for a very long time now, just because of this. But yeah, I'm just glad to be done with it finally after all this time. I mean, seriously, 30 hours within a week or something like this is kind of nuts. I mean, it's almost a week's worth of work at my actual job in and of itself, you know? Except unlike there, I didn't really take breaks here at all. Like, once I was sat down to stream, that was it. You know, I just sat down that stream, so. And I'm glad it's done finally. Also, again, as I've talked about before, these dirt lines are suggestions and not hard recommendations. Mainly because I don't know if having it being too steep like this is going to be a good idea. So it might need to be spread out over the long term. So we might end up ignoring a lot of these guidelines after enough time and end up like just placing more on top of itself. So yeah. But it's finally all good. Of course, we can probably take away these. Here's my scaffolding box, some extra netherite. This was all for the TNT dupers that ended up going completely unused, more or less, because it just sucked. It didn't do me no good, man. That's a bit of a shame, but it is what it is there. I'm also gonna take this back with me. I can actually take that with me once I get out. You know, I don't actually know where I put all that, do I? Hmm. This looks like this is my axe because it's my smite fortune. And then I should have my silk touch, right? Yeah, okay, there we go. And I still got my sculpting pickaxe. Okay, there we go. Just got a little mixed up there. And I should have spare fortunes as well. So let's go ahead and grab one of those. And we're going to switch out the flame bow now that we don't actually need that anymore. And I'll grab my hoe, or rather, I'll grab your mother, but, you know, same thing. I'm sticking with the silk touch ones for now. Other than that, we've got everything else tucked away in here, so we should be okay, I suppose. And we'll go ahead and tuck that back. I'll leave this for now. I'll probably take a stream to do some cleanup around here. So that's probably what's going to happen tomorrow is to fill in that little hole, going to fill that in with the mossy cobble. You know, we're going to clean up all this shit, maybe do some reorganizing as well. But we'll probably take another 4 hours to just start over, you know, clean it off for a clean slate. Because I want everything to kind of, I want it to be a new beginning for the 200th part, you know, because we're finally coming up on that. So we're getting really close to being good there. We're on day 1971, so we're on pace with our episode count, which is nice. Not that we have to be, but still, you know, I would like to be. Um, I'd like to build an overhang for that at some point in the near future too, and same deal with the other side. Well, I can't with the other side because nothing's built in yet, right? Yeah. Maybe it's time that I do some additional base work, or honestly, I don't know because I kind of want to just ditch this island to some extent and just focus on this because I think I want my actual base to be like there or something like cool like that. So I actually don't know for sure what I want to do, but I think that's a lost cause with that mountain. I don't really like that anymore. I don't like those walkways anymore. They're just too fucking stupid. I like this though. Still like this. That would probably get stripped down and reworked into something else. This needs to get filled in with something else at some point because that lighthouse just wasn't a good idea there. Um, the sniffers and that hill can stay. That can probably stay just because I want it to. Um, and then when we build up the gunpowder farm, we'll fill in the part there as well. And we'll probably strip the actual like base part of my base for parts and focus on just maybe using the remnants of this for certain things in the meantime. So of course this is going to stay intact as is because I need it for my bulk storage at the moment. But when we get all this stuff built out and I get a base built up in the crevice, then we'll change it to be a little bit better. Now, I actually don't know. Actually, no, I do know. 100% do know. We're looking at 4480 in our Z direction. I am very positive I do not load this in at all from up on my own base. So I would actually be losing out on my gunpowder farm running all the time by itself if I do this. So, and this is one of those things that again I can dismantle this and just try again if we're being real here. And to be honest, that might be a better idea because there would actually be less work that I would need to do. And see, it actually did produce a good bit, so it is a good farm. But there would actually be less work I would need to do when it comes to mob proofing to get this to work. I don't give a shit about slime farms enough to have to care, but I do have to care to some extent because when I do need slime, I have to go down there. So I'll probably mix some other kinds of farms with that slime farm as well because I will have to be back here for that at some point. So we'll probably put this on hold for a bit because I'll probably just take the extra materials I was saving for the top half of it and like slap it away in here somewhere. As for where that somewhere is, and I probably want to actually build it right. I think what I'll do is I'll have two of them, or rather, I'll have the gunpowder farm just for gunpowder that I have down there, and then, hmm, shit, do I really want to do that? I'm thinking about having a gunpowder farm just well just for gunpowder using that design, but at the same time, I also know string's going to be pretty valuable at some point when it comes to scaffolding, and even if I want to get to a point where I just want to craft wool, it's valuable on its own. So we might just rebuild this farm, but like way taller and with like two of them. Like one of them can be specifically for uh gunpowder farm somehow. I don't know how, but or maybe we could build a more traditional gunpowder farm because I've actually never built one of those before with like cats and all that. So maybe we'll build a more traditional gunpowder farm using cats up like floating in the sky, so that way all the mob proofing's already done and it's up where my base is, so that's already good. Because I don't load that from here. Um, and with where this platform is, we're at Y level like 150 or so. And again, with the ocean floor being at 60, that gives us 90 blocks of leeway until we would have to like light up the ocean floor or something stupid like that, which we don't have to do. So realistically, that's actually about as spawn proof as it gets up there already. Not to mention too, this would actually be a good place to branch out and start filling in the mountain without having to build the mountain. So this could, yeah, I think I could roll with that. Yeah, I could definitely work with that, and it would look cool too. It still keeps like the actual island intact here, so I can actually like look out and see stuff. And it's cool being able to like look out at something like this and just see the end of the mountain, see the end of the mountain. You see this mountain, and if I trim it away, if I build other stuff out in the distance, you'll be able to see that too. So you know. That's worth thinking about, though, that's for sure. So we will think about that. And in fact, no, I don't even need to think about it. I think that's what I'm going to do. So up here, and I say up here specifically because that gives us more height to work with, and therefore, while I'm doing stuff down here, these will be active because of the height difference. So there's that 128 block sphere where hostile mobs can spawn, but there's actually a 24 to 32 block sphere. I forget the exact number where they can't spawn. Make sure they can't spawn like right next to you or something. But by having my base down there and the actual farm up here, it negates that while keeping it close enough for me to do shit with. And then since these are just mob farms, they can just be left to run. So I've already done all the hard work of spawn proofing at that point. Everything spawns up here. If I really need to, I can spawn proof a small section of the ocean using all the sea lanterns I already get from the Guardian farm. And then it would just go down on the floor like within like a tiny little like semicircle around that area. And then that would cover that. So I wouldn't get any drown spawn. So this would be as efficient as possible, basically, without having to build it at the bottom of the world and light up every single cave. So I think that's a great plan going forward past part 200. Again, we're going to be doing a bunch of touch-up work and cleaning for the next couple of episodes until we get to 200. And for 200 itself, maybe I'll actually take a break until the new update comes out so we can do that for our 200th part. I think that's a good idea too. So we got two more episodes until, or two more parts until next week. I am committing to that. And, God forbid I get hit by another car or something, I'm committing to it. And then we'll kind of just go from there. Um, yeah, on 200, we'll do a bunch of the trial chambers. We'll go explore the world again and actually go do stuff. But for 198.99, we're going to be doing a bunch of cleaning and a bunch of redesign for a ton of this stuff. Um, I might even transform a lot of this for more animal-based areas. I don't know. Still working on that. That's still completely new. But the main thing is my new base is going to be up here. This forces me to have to work on this area a little bit more. And also we install some new mob farms up in here to kind of get that flowing. It also solves some bone meal issues as well, which is nice. That solves our string problem. We also still produce a bunch of gunpowder, which is nice too. So that should still balance out pretty well. And that should be a good place to start. So we might build those first over the dirt farm because I'm not interested at the moment in working on this quite yet. We're almost there, but we're not quite there. So, and we got enough dirt to expand this out and kind of work with it as needed. Um, and also these as well. We'll have enough dirt to handle that too. So we'll flesh it out as time goes on. But for now, I think I've got a nice idea of what I want to do. And again, we're gonna just have some fun tomorrow. We're just gonna blow all this shit up, do some actual other like bits and pieces, but it's a nice change of pace from the past 30 hours for me personally, and I'm sure for the rest of you too, so it'll be worth it. But we're finally done. After all this time, after literal years of mining cobblestone, of just putting it off and doing something else and ignoring it, it's finally all fucking done. For all that time. Which is nice. So we're gonna sleep here one last time. There's no more cobblestone to worry about after all that. And no, it's honestly impressive seeing this because this place is actually as big as that whole island, and it's going to be significantly bigger. It's bigger than the sphere already, so we're gonna have a lot of nice space to work with. And oh, maybe I can even actually do the map room. I've talked about this like years ago, but I actually want a proper map room. I haven't even updated it in so long too. Wow, we're gonna have to update this soon. It's we can get rid of all that finally. Um, but yeah, we're done for today. That's it. So thank you all for watching so much. We're currently on part 1000. Excuse me, we're on day 1972, and we're done. That's it. So we don't have to do this anymore today, and tomorrow it's finally back to some fun stuff. So hopefully that gets me out of that rut that I've been in for the past year with this world, and we should be good. So I will catch you all tomorrow, and thanks for stopping by.